Hey, see where we're up to. Uh, Start by saying some Lord of the Rings settings. Everything is coming across nicely. Um, okay. All right. Okay. So I tidied a few things up since we last looked at this. And if I recall correctly, where we were is on the brink of getting the heart of this to work. So what we want to achieve is something like this. And I might have figured out the bug I was having. And apparently it was a new bug with the latest version of IDEA, where they try to add native Wayland support instead of going through some sort of X layer. And apparently I'm not the only one who was having jumping control stuff, jumping cursors. The weird thing is, it was only happening to me when I was recording the screen. Maybe that's part of the issue. But I might have fixed it because I might have forced it to go back to using the X layer I was using before. Now, it doesn't seem to be doing it now. But that doesn't mean much because it also wasn't doing it near the beginning of the stream in the last time. It would just like start happening randomly in random files. So we're just gonna have to see how well we get on. So, um, the heart of, I believe, what we need to do is actually create the actual service for the worker because we're creating the service here, but we lack the ability to really do anything with it, right? We can't enqueue work onto it. We need to have the receipt system in place so we can wait for work. And we need to actually have the structure to create the actual runner itself. So, I think what we're going to start with is with the um, fleshing out the service as much as we need it to be fleshed out, right? Because right now this is effectively a shell of a service. It's not wired in, because that was one of the things I mentioned, I think, at the end of the last stream, was that, yeah, we're not using new pool at all. So we've created the dispatcher, but we've not wired it into a central service. Basically, that's what we're going to be doing now. We're wiring things up. And hopefully, fairly soon, we're going to end up with a full working flow. And then we'll be able to get stuck into things like handling retries, handling failures, and I suspect after that is mostly going to be building on top of this core system that we've built. So, just need to remember where we got to. So yeah, this is our handler for handling the receipts. So this will need to be all wired into our new service system. And yeah, so this will allow us to wait on work like we want to do here. So the handler here will be this handler. And probably that has to be exposed through the facade, because I suspect it's not been exposed yet. No. Oh. Or maybe it has been exposed. But this shouldn't be... That should be exposed, because that's directly exposing an internal concept. I don't know if that needs to go through the facade too, but let's have a think. Well, no, because people don't call new handler directly, do they? They come through here. Yeah, so I'm going to have to expose this object through the facade. Or at least the service would then implement these things, and then the service would use the handler. That makes more sense, I think. And then only the service gets exposed through the facade, which it might already be. Service. So this all looks good. Then this will be the heart of our receipt system. So let's see, what do we actually do in the service? Because we might then be in this file for a very long time. So much so that we may actually want to open up this file on both sides. Yeah, so we implemented all of this back off and jitter logic. The other thing is that in our tests so far, we've been allowing people to pass in their own IDs. And obviously, that's a recipe for allowing people to shoot themselves in the foot. So we might still support that if you want to, manually pass in your own ID. But probably most people will want IDs to be automatically generated, like some sort of UUID, right? And that also removes a friction of logic you have to code yourself. So we might want this on both sides, so it's easy to reference the top and the bottom of the file. Bring this down so we can see more. Move this to the side so we can see more. Okay. So we will want some sort of ID generator. Um, so we could say new ID string, and then people could override this with their own ID generator. ID generator produces unique IDs for job rows. Um, so let's create our first generator. We have to create the type first, don't we? UUID, UUID, ID generator. I'm going to try to make it slightly deterministic, for testing purposes. I have to see because I can pass it because this is going to be UUID v7. Yeah, heck yeah, Golang. How are you doing, Snoop? Snoop Frog. Um, I have to see if I can pass in a stable, random generator. Let's see what we can do. New ID. Encoding dots. I have my own. So I can create a new v7 at the clock's time. Am I able to override this so that the actual random part can be deterministic too? I need a way to be able to override this. So I guess that's probably not entirely necessary because for testing, I can just give it a different ID generator. So I don't need to worry about making this one deterministic. So I can just give it a different ID generator for testing. That would be deterministic. So this would be the default generator which uh people use. Um so if it errors, it shouldn't ever error. We'll panic. But this would probably be picked up by a recover. So we'll just have to check that that is true. Return ID string. Okay. So we'll have to weave that in a second. Just trying to remember, because I seem to remember last stream worrying about functional options. And I'm trying to remember where I was worrying about that. Hmm. Okay. Because you'd have service option. We're going to need a service config. I'm gonna have to tidy up these files. Service config. This would allow us to configure the clock. I like it quite a lot. I usually use Goland. I'm not using Goland right here. I'm using Idea just because I was having an issue because I usually still have my other projects. I have another monitor here. So I often have my other projects still open, and I was having an issue with trying to have two versions of Goland open. I love it a lot, and the reason why I love it is for two reasons. One, I think they have the best debugger for Golang. That's my personal opinion. I don't like Go Plus too much because in my experience, Go Plus consumes a shit ton of resources if you have a big project. And I think that's a common criticism of Go Plus, the LSP for Go. Whereas JetBrains have implemented their own entire parser for Golang so that they handle all the indexes themselves, right? So, ironically, even though JetBrains has a reputation for being slow and a memory hog, I ironically find them less of a memory hog for large Golang applications, probably because they've done quite a good job at optimizing their implementation of Go. Now, that's the first reason. The second reason is with my framework, because I have a framework for Golang. And the way my framework works is it allows you to write server-side rendered websites in Golang, similar to Vue.js, where you can code your template, your HTML templates at the top, but then instead of writing JavaScript on how the logic for rendering that template, you can write it in Go. And JetBrains has been the most ideal tool I've used for making this work, because it gives me full introspection on the typing here in Go. Just like it's part of the normal application, right? So like, I can control click on Pico metadata, and I'm there in the code. And the reason why is because it does a lot. Like in other IDEs, you can embed Go Plus into this section here, but I find the JetBrains one to just have a lot better integration and handle this a lot better. Um, so I love JetBrains. I'm planning to try Z, because I was having someone talk to me about Z, and it seemed quite impressive how lightweight it was. So I want to try out Z and uh, see how well that works. I don't know if you've heard of Z. But I definitely don't like VS Code that much. And one of the reasons why I don't like VS Code too much is just, in order to do anything in VS Code, you tend to be encouraged to install so many third-party extensions. Whereas, yeah, that's why I haven't fully dived into Z yet myself. Because um, I realized I had to set things up a little bit more. Yeah, that's one of the criticisms I have of VS Code. You're just so encouraged to just install so much slop just to get a barely usable IDE. And I think in this day and age, you can't trust those things as much as you used to. So it's nicer when an IDE just has, for the most part, all the things you need. Or if you do have to install stuff like Go Plus, you can trust it because Go Plus is made by Google. So, it's yeah. But I'm planning to really get into Z, because I don't know if I'm going to replace JetBrains products with it, but I'm planning to really dive into it, just because from what I understand, it basically uses no resources, which is really attractive. Is the subscription costly for JetBrains? It depends what you consider costly. In my opinion, considering how much faster it lets me work, I don't consider it costly. Some of them are some of them have community editions, which are may do everything you want to do. But for like the whole suite, I have the all products pack. So I'm paying this amount. The longer you have your subscription, the cheaper it gets. So I'm paying $180 per year. And I think I've been doing that for about the past 10 years now. Because I've been using JetBrains for a while now. But considering how much faster it lets me work, I don't consider that expensive. But obviously, for a lot of people, if Z can do what you need, then yeah, just stick with that. Yeah, I mean, I literally use it every day for like 8 to 16 hours every day. So over the course of a year, it's practically nothing. And that includes all the things, because JetBrains does quite a lot, right? So they have the IDE for PHP, for Rust, for WebStorm, Ruby, blah blah blah, Data Grip. I use that one, and I use C-Line a lot too. I use that one a lot too. Yeah, but I'm hearing so many people move to Z recently, so I'm quite excited to see the future of that. And I want to see how good I can make my framework work in Z. You know, making sure the LSP is fully working, and you have all of the help and, introspection stuff, inspection stuff you need. But unfortunately, I think I'm going to be more limited because of Gopla's. I also just like how Z looks. It looks so clean. Yeah. But right now, what I'm doing is um, my framework does quite a lot of things. I've been building it up over the past like 5 years, and it's the thing which powers a lot of the websites and applications I make for my clients and such. It's basically become, um, a bin of functionality. Like just throw all the shared things into one massive mono repo that I do for all of my clients. So it makes it easy to integrate with storage, with caching, with all sorts of things. And right now, the problem I have is I always end up implementing a different worker system for each application or website I build. And I now just want one central in the actual framework so I can just standardize all of these things on the same worker system. Because inevitably, what keeps happening is I keep implementing a worker system for a client, but it doesn't meet all of the illities, the non-functional requirements, which I would want it to hit, like, being reliable, being observable, things like that. So I'm just trying to create one standard implementation. That's what I'm doing right now. Um, so is the time source for all the services timers. Nil uses the real clock. So when a server starts, it will need to be able to dictate which worker ID is using it. Worker ID pins this node's worker identity. We'll want people to be able to pass in their own ID generator. If you're curious, I should mention that the framework is fully open source on GitHub. We're gonna have a new website probably deployed in the next few days, which fully explains how everything works. Um, but I need to probably find a way of pinning it in the Twitch chat or something like that. But yeah, if you're interested. Anyway, so people want to be able to override the ID generator. Is the source of generated IDs. We will want people to be able to configure the global concurrency limit. Simultaneous in-flight jobs. Let's make it so people can override the jitter. The jitter allows whatever. It's the comments which are the most obvious, which are the hardest to to write. And then we'll be able to configure which queues this service concerns itself. That this service worker loop claims from. And then we will want to be able to configure all these with functional options. So we could say type service option. Didn't I start writing this? Yes, I did. I'm going to restructure this file because it doesn't follow my standard structure. So let's keep it like this for now. And then we can say with clock and just start creating all the functional options. C. Perfect. With queues, and make this a spread. I'll probably make it so people can override the back off too. With the worker ID string. With ID generator. ID generator. With, wasn't there another one? With global concurrency. By the way, thank you very much for following. I'm usually quite slow at noticing the notifications. So these will be the functional options to allow us to configure this service. And they'll do it through the service config. So now we're actually going to have to think how this all ties into actually populating the service itself. Good place to start is just having a think what sort of actions will actually be needed on the service. So obviously we're going to need start. And let's say that can return an error. We'd want the alternative, let's call it shutdown. So we have register handler as handler. We want enqueue because we already have that here in our test. I can't even put that over. Hey, where are you going? Hey. Thing is now randomly dragging. Okay. One of the other reasons why I'm excited to try out Zed is I think it's since the advent of all of this AI code in the industry, but I have to admit the stability and reliability of JetBrains products has gone down. Now, granted, it's probably only gone down a few percentage, but it's gone down enough to where sometimes um things can get annoying. um in Q spec maybe. And we had our handler here. Wait for terminal. We probably want the same concept here. So someone can hook into that from the service and wait for a job to finish. Start shutdown in queue, wait for terminal. What am I passing into here? Ending spec. Or you? Pull this over. NQ spec. Okay. Start shutdown in queue, wait for terminal. Right. Now it's time to think what the service actually needs, because we need to start actually wiring everything together now. Yeah, so when you create a service, you'll now be able to pass in the options for the service option, which we just created. And we're going to have to actually add these configurations to the service. So let's get these both on the same area. What do we have for service config? So we will need the clock. We will need the worker ID. We will need the queues. Need everything here. Generator. It's kind of an everything framework. Basically, long story short, I have a few clients which I built websites and applications for. And whenever I've built something for a client, I've tried to standardize things as much as possible and also abstract things as much as possible, which has allowed me to bundle a lot of these abstractions into a shared framework. And inevitably, because different clients have different wants or needs, like some will say, oh, I want this pointed to Amazon S3, or I want this pointed to Google Storage. But I'd still want to have the same storage abstraction in the middle. Or alternatively, some will say, I need this encrypted, when you store it in S3, I need it encrypted to this encryption standard, and someone else will be like, I need it encrypted to this encryption standard. And so it was a way to basically bundle all of the shared concepts I built up for the clients I have. Now, in the past, I was building all of the websites using Nuxt and Vue.js, and I would just get constantly frustrated with the JavaScript ecosystem and how whenever they release something new, it's broken with other things and things are incompatible. And, coming back to an old project from a year ago means performing a week of migrating rubbish. So what I did was I decided to implement my own Vue.js-like templating system into the framework too. So, for example, you can create these files which can have a template section like this, where you have your Vue-like HTML with things like P4 instead of V4 or PIF instead of VIF. And then instead of writing a JavaScript block like you do for Vue, you can write it as a Golang server-side rendered block. And then you can have, say, your CSS or your internationalization in the same single file component. And the benefit that this gave me was several things. The first one is I no longer have to give a shit about the JavaScript ecosystem, which makes me really happy. It's not like I have a problem with JavaScript as a language or TypeScript as a language. It's just I hate how structurally unsound the ecosystem is, right? In being consistent between versions or releases or, whatever. So I don't have to worry about that anymore. And the other one is it's now a lot easier for me because I also host these services for my clients. The resource usage for me hosting is negligible now. So websites where I would reserve gigabytes of RAM for them, I now only reserve, say, maybe 50 to 150 megabytes of RAM instead. And it can handle the same amount of load, but even faster, right? So it's Yeah, I got a server-side rendered templating system in it too. And it does other things as well with the same templating system because the clients also needed me to send emails. So with the same templating system, you can send emails which are Outlook compatible. When I say Outlook compatible, I mean like 2016 Outlook, not the new Outlook, which is actually quite modern, but old Outlook, which I still have clients using because most of the corporate world is still on old Outlook, right? And the other thing you can do with the same templating engine is generate PDFs. Um, so I don't know if I still have one of the files open. Yes. So for example, this PDF document here is made using the same um, templating system. I'd have to find the test. I think it's this one. So in this one, I've inlined all of the CSS. But it does work with the CSS not inlined and implemented down here, like normal classes and all of this. But this template, in HTML and CSS renders out a nice PDF. And when I say renders out the PDF, it actually renders it out. I'm not offloading it to the browser to render it out, right? Like a lot of these tools, they will spin up a tool and use something like why can't I remember the name of the tool that everyone uses? Either way, the browser automation tools to take a screenshot of the page to generate the PDF. I don't do that because it's too slow when you have a client who's making lots of PDFs and too resource intensive. So it's this massive bundle of a framework which has been in production for probably I've been developing it for about 5 or so years now, maybe even longer. If you're curious, it's all open source. And um, we're going to have the proper website for it released this week. It's been in development for probably the past 3 months, and my wife's been working on it a lot because she's been building this framework with me and helping me with the clients. But the website should be released this week. It's just in the finishing touches now, and the website allows you to because I can have all this run inside of WebAssembly. You can test the templating system without actually having to download anything. So you'll be able to play around and see how it renders out. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Um, But yeah, so right now I don't know if I properly explained it before, but the issue I have is I inevitably end up implementing a different background worker system for each client I have. And I know there's tools out there like River. But the problem I have with River is they put a lot of the stuff I want to use in paid. And also they want you to pay, as I understand it, if you want to have all the fancy interface stuff. But I just want to do that for free and open source it. So I'm just going to do it myself. um and I don't like temporal because I find temporal too heavy. I've used temporal in the past, but I just find it too resource intensive for something as simple as managing background jobs. Um it might be a controversial opinion I have, but that's just yeah, the opinion. That's just how I felt it to be. Um, so right now yeah, just trying to implement my own standard background worker system and maybe start migrating some of my uh, existing projects over to using it. Um, yeah, because right now, what I have currently for a lot of clients, some of them have like more sophisticated solutions than others. Some of them don't even have a proper retry system, which is causing me issues. And I want to have proper observability built into it from the heart because when you're trying to debug something for a client, you want it to be as observable as possible. Okay, so I want to wire in these functional options. What am I using for observability? I right now I'm using Grafana internally, but I'm actually planning to ditch it all. um, because I'm a bit of a well, I don't really know the word for it, but I'm planning on creating my own tool. I've already got most of it working actually, so it's not really planning on making it. I already have the basic system of basically the entire build out done because once again I get pissed off when things use too many resources, and I think it's unnecessary. Um, yeah. So my framework, and I might make it open source in the future. I don't know, but I will actually have my own observability tool myself. Um, and then the benefit then is it can tie into the actual framework more directly, and possibly even give myself a certain level of two-way control. One of the things that I do inside of the framework is in production when things are going bad, I actually take pprof profiles of the application um, in progress, right? So um, I never get caught blindsided by an kill. How am I retaining data? Well, I just wire everything into ClickHouse, and then I just uh, downsample the data. No, 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 no. I'm not going to build my own database. No, I use ClickHouse. ClickHouse and DuckDB, which Pico supports, by the way. So I use ClickHouse and DuckDB as my database layer or a database system, and then I push all the telemetry data into them. Um, but yeah, and so it allows me to capture the pprofs in production when things are going to shit. And I usually find that significantly better to analyze, when you have like, an kill or something like that, than just like a graph in Grafana, right? I want that deep observability um, into what's happening. Um, yeah. But I'm kind of like that type of person who just wants to do everything myself. You haven't figured that out already. Um, another example is that I have my own query system, which is like SQLC. But the thing about SQLC, if you don't know, it kind of requires you to have Seago if you want to use it as a library. And I didn't want to use Seago as a library, so I basically re-implemented SQLC myself without Seago. And I would say mine's a bit more um, supports more things because I would always have problems with CTEs and complex joins and complex nested statements with SQLC. Well, the thing is that this is the reason why I actually do like Golang, is because it sounds silly what I'm going to say, but I actually do love the fact that with the domain code, with the customer facing domain code, I actually love to lean in to the garbage collector, to the ease that Golang gives me. So, um, I love to lean into that type of stuff because it means when I'm actually doing stuff for the client directly, that I'm able to, yeah, take full advantage of those things. I don't actually like the idea of, having to mess around with, how Rust manages variables, or how with Zig you're kind of limited with all of the choices you have. When I'm actually just dealing directly with customer facing domain code. So when it comes to a framework, obviously you want to try and fight against that help that Go gives you, because that help inevitably causes performance loss, which isn't really what you want out of a framework. You want the framework to be ultra fast. But yeah, when it comes to actually doing stuff for clients, I want to be able to churn that out as quickly and reliably and as professionally as possible for the client. Um, so that's why I like Golang so much. Okay, so we're going to need to create a config object. We're going to, let's say we have a default service config here. So we can do something like opt and then let's make sure that our defaults are correct. And if we'll default to having the default queue, I didn't set as a const anywhere. ID generator. Uh, so I created a UUID generator. Worker ID, let's try and give this a safe default too. Just get rid of this. Um, and then we'll give it the default jitter too. And then we can start the service with all of these things. we didn't. Well, you probably shouldn't be allowed to set the global concurrency to a negative. Actually, you can just do it like this. I always have to think between min and max. Because my brain always says the opposite one of what I need to write. Did I do everything? Block, queues, worker ID, jitter, global concurrency. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, this is the key thing, we have to wire in the pool. So the service needs to own a reference to the pool. Pool, new pool. What do you want? You want a stool, a handler, the clock, and the pool config. Okay. Do I now? Do you know that it says that you're a possible ban evader and you're being monitored? Or are you just going to spam my chat with song lyrics? I don't know. I don't know what it is you're quoting. I look like I'm about to fall asleep. Well, it is 3 a.m. Okay, you can shut up. All right. So I wanted the store. Do we have any... Okay, new registry. The service will probably need... Yes, the service needs to know about the registry too. So we can't just new registry. That's dumb. So, registry... service registry. That might be a bit confusing. What else did you need? Block? I'm from a small island called Jersey, if you've ever heard of it. It's in between France and England. So that's where I am. I'd go to Google Maps, but it may just put the pin directly where I am, so probably not do that. There you go. Did I open it? Oh, it's up there. Well, all you have to do is think of New Jersey, and then it's everything that New Jersey isn't. It's the polar opposite. What else did you want? Clock. Then we want the pool config. It's complicated. You could say we're... No, it wants me to... You could say we're part of the UK. We are not technically part of the UK. We have our own government. But for all intents and purposes, you know, to keep it simple, you could consider a part of the UK. Wondering if this should just be like this. So the pool config, what does the pool config want? It wants, and it shall have, the queues. The global concurrency. The jitter. So we will probably want to pass through these other things like the back off and all of this, but let's not worry about that right now. Let's just stick to what we have and just see if we can get things working. What else do we need? Did I not pass in the ID generator? I didn't. I thought I counted everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I didn't do the ID generator. So maybe this is just fundamentally wrong here. And shouldn't this be the interface? Okay, I'm going to have to implement these methods. So that should all be fine now. Okay. So yeah, we'll return the interface, which should be what we expose through the facade. So that should be fine. Now we just have to implement these, I think. Now we're probably going to have to keep information about the state of the service in the service itself. To help us with the logic of starting and shutting down. And to be able to handle draining. And we're going to want to keep track of all of the spawned life cycle go routines. So when we shut down, we know what to shut down. So basically, we need knowledge of all of the life cycle stuff added here too, I believe. So let's handle knowing whether or not it started. So we know the state of the service. And let's give that a mutex. Mutext. Let's make sure we only start it once, so we don't accidentally double cool it, and same with stopping. So we only stop it once. Let's add a wait group to handle all of the spawned lifecycle go routines. Wait group. Tracks the spawned lifecycle go routines. So shutdown can wait on every loop. Okay. And we're also going to want to centralize the cancel cause funk. So we can handle that on shutdown. So I think we have everything. We're so close to finishing up with getting this test to work. Now we just need to implement start. Well, we need to implement all of these, but so thank you for the follow off the rails tech. So there will be, right now we've only implemented the dispatch loop. But there will be more loops in the actual worker system in the future. For example, we will have a notify loop, for example. And we might have other loops to do with heartbeats and stuff like that. You know, reliability and illities. So right now we just have the dispatch loop, which comes through the dispatcher. So all we need to do right now is start the dispatcher loop. And that is the pool itself. So yeah. So in order to start the dispatch loop, we're just going to have to start the run. So let's make sure, as I mentioned, we don't double start because that would be disastrous. S dot start once. Do start air equals S dot start. So we're going to have the actual function that actually starts all of our actual logic. And that'll be what we call here. And then we would be able to just return that. So let's call this start loops, as it will actually be the thing that starts all of the different loops we have, or will have. Let's pass down the context. Error. So let's have the run context. The cancel for it would be context with cancel pause. S dot. Okay. S dot started. True. And then we can unlock the music. And now we should be able to actually just run the pool, surely. Surely. Um, get our logger domain from fuck. L dot it's pausing. We never return an error at any point. I was acting as if this would have returned an error. But it doesn't. And it wouldn't. Okay. Well, I'll leave the structure in there just because probably when we start our other pools in the future, other loops in the future, we'll probably have errors. Okay. So let's just log this out and just say that worker service started. Logger domain strings. Let's show which queues we're listening on. And let's just show what concurrency limit we started with. And then that should demonstrate that everything is set up properly. Right. That's it, isn't it? Do we handle panics? We handle panics inside of here. But we need to put this into a wait group, because that was the point from before. So we could keep track of all of the loops that we create. I'm wondering if we should conceptually standardize this ahead of time. So we could say spawn loop. S dot spawn loop. And then we'll put in the actual thing we're spawning here. And then we'll share this for all of the loops that will spawn in the future. Which is probably a bit excessive, but we could handle the panic. Okay. Can I do context or without cancel GTX? Like that? So that will be our shared structure for starting all of our loops. And right now we just have the dispatch loop. Let's find some different music. This has gotten a bit repetitive. Let's go for some RuneScape lo-fi. Maximum nostalgia. Okay. Get the audio levels right. Something about RuneScape music which makes me feel like I'm 10 years old again. Thank you for the follow, Cowboy Rafa. Okay. So, if we can start our loops, we need to be able to kill our loops. And we have our cancel here. And we have our ability to check that the loop has started. And we have our wait group in order to clear everything up. So, s.stop once will do the same structure. So these are returning errors, but there's no errors inside. And we'll have a similar shutdown. Shutdown loops. There's probably more to shut down than just loops. Though maybe not. Shutdown loops. We'll just follow the same structure. Shutdown loops. Where am I typing? So we're probably just going to want the repeated but inverse logic of start loops. So let's check the mutex so we don't fight with a startup. So let's make a local copy. So we know what it is. What I always try to do is I always try to minimize the size of a lock, right? So you never want a lock to be greater than you need it to be. So, for example, this is an extremely tiny a lock. Then we can do all of our logic outside of that structure. So if you try to shut down when it's not started, then you're doing something dumb. Logo domain from. Okay. Worker shutdown called before start. So there's a bit more to this than actually just shut downing the loops, because the pool will probably want to be drained first. Do we have a way of? Yep. So we want to begin the drain of the pool and close it. Okay. And then you're probably going to want to wait for the drain to be completed. Let's think this through. So we're going to want to drain the pool. And then we're going to want to wait for the pool to be drained. If the pool doesn't drain in time, we get unhappy. And then we probably just want to wait for the worker groups to stop. Which this is to be clearer, the worker groups, the loop worker groups. So let's drain the pool. S dot pool dot begin drain. So let's listen to when this is done. Create channel. And then in the background, I'm going to need a way of waiting for everything in flight to be done. We do know everything in flight. Do keep track of that. But we lack the ability to wait for them to be done. Okay. So we're going to need that. Where am I? Okay. And then when that's done, we can close like this. So this is going to work in the background. Oh yeah. This is gonna be the actual thing which is draining the pool. And let's just once again, this may be a bit unnecessary, but we'll just make sure that we recover fine here. Service shut down. So that this go routine does not bring down the host. So we can then listen to our channel to notify us if everything ends cleanly. Worker service drained cleanly. Successfully, cleanly. Drained fully. Drained successfully. But if we are too slow and the context has expired, has been cancelled, then we're going to want a way of just basically panic dumping all of this work. And I don't think we have any way of doing that either. So we're going to want a way of releasing everything currently in flight. Okay. And then we'll obviously let people know that's something very wrong. Worker service exceeded. Worker service drain exceeded. Timeout. Timeout. My mind's going blank. What's it exceeded? At the time. Deadline. Exceeded deadline. I need to think what the actual consequences of this is first, because when I say just dump these jobs, we may want some sort of like dead letter system to pick them up or to record them. Because obviously we don't actually want to lose work. So probably the consequence isn't that we've lost the job or we need to ditch the job, but we've ditched the job from being in flight. And then it's recorded, in like some sort of dead letter. If we have a cancel, let's now call it. I probably should turn this into a sentinel. Do I have? I have some sentinels. Service close. Error service closing. Service is shutting down. That gives us a nice sentinel to use. Okay. And then we just wait for our groups, our worker groups to stop. We are probably noticing too much. Like, who cares if it happens successfully? That's a bit Or I don't need to notice. Eternal. Or be a warning. Is it a warning if you shut down before starting? I guess so, yeah. Or since it's handled, shall we just hide that away as well? Worker service stopped. So this is the fundamental structure of shutting everything down. So we're going to need to wait for all of the stuff in the pool to have finished. And then we're going to need to figure out how we're going to handle releasing the things in flight. I think we're going to need a background worker to at least record these jobs. Wait for terminal. In queue is probably easier to do first. So what I need to think about is what the DX is going to be here. Because obviously internally, we use NQSpec for everything. I need to think if that's an internal concept or not. But either way, it would look something like s.store.enqueue if error equals nil, turn formats error f enqueue job kind rec.kind error. That's the fundamentals. Return job ID nil. And since we're enqueuing the record, we might want to handle that in our hotel. Did I handle that anyway? Hotel jobs enqueued. We didn't. How did I do it for jobs claimed? Like this. So this would be jobs enqueued. One. Rec kind. Just like this. We might want to also record which queue we enqueued onto. I think we have that, don't we? Don't we? Yes. Okay. Wait for terminal. So we have this concept already in the handler. Well, I should start by checking my inputs. Always start by checking your inputs. Errors, new, workers, wait on empty job. This might also be, just say, invalid job ID. This should probably also be a sentinel. The thing is that in order to implement this properly, I'll need to have a full notify system implemented, which I don't have yet. However, we do want to get something working just so this works. So I'm thinking that we don't worry about implementing the full notify system now, and we just poll. We just poll the store and try to get something basic working so this can pass. And then afterwards we can actually implement the notify system so we can listen when a job has specifically had a state updated. So take a pause. Poke. Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit too much trying to implement the full notify system to begin with. Because that's going to need its own loop. So let's just very basically just implement a very rudimentary polling system, which we're going to tear out after the fact. So new ticker, time dot duration, I don't know. 1 times time dot minute. That's probably a bit much, to be honest with you. 15, oh, let's just say 5. Let's just check every 5 seconds. Defer ticker stop. Uh, 4. So s dot store dot get job state. Yeah, we're going to tear this all out once we've properly implemented the notify system. Return worker DTO. Job state. Format error F. Get state for job. Okay. And get the state. If state is terminal, return state nil, because that's the job finished. Otherwise, if the context has expired, then we will return an empty job state because it's taken too long. And let's just give it the context error. And then we'll just listen on the ticker. As such. So we're almost done with getting this test to work. Almost done. We're just going to need to add in the logic for waiting in flight and the logic for what we're going to do when we try to flush what's in flight early. So at the very least, we're going to need these functions. So actually, the wait for in flight is actually not that difficult because I can just wait here. That's easy. Release in flight, probably not so much. What I need to think is what I'm actually trying to achieve here. Because when we actually... we would still keep the record in the database. So if the record is still kept in the database, we probably don't need to do any extra recording or storing of the in-flight information, right? We probably don't need a dead letter queue because the database will inherently provide that functionality anyway. So all we have to do is drop the local bookkeeping that we currently have in memory, the local understanding of what's currently in flight, so we stop acting on it. Because the database, yeah, should still be a persistent understanding of what should be in processed right now. What I'm trying to think of is if this information should be stored as a flag anyway. I'm thinking it's one of those situations where the best thing to do right now is to implement it in a basic way and just get it working. And then we can revisit. Because we would be able to recover jobs by just going through the database and just querying it. And so probably that would be another one of the loops, the recovery job, the recovery loop, which frequently just checks in with the database if things have been prematurely dropped, like what we're doing here. So, in saying that, it probably is as simple as just ranging over what's currently in flight and then just deleting the entry. as such. And to help us out here, we could just add some debugging statement around this. We're not going to need this, actually. And then we can keep track of the amount of stuff we've dumped. So then when we're debugging, we're going to be able to find L dot whoa, what's happening there? Debug purged in-flight jobs. And then we'll just say logger domain int job count. Okay. Context. And now we just need to just make the, I think we're going to need to add probably more to our facade. So let's see what our facade currently has. Because we are missing. We're missing all of the functional options we added, for starters. Service option equals worker domain service option. And if people are going to be able to pass in things like the jitter and stuff like this, they're going to need access to the type. Same with the ID generator. So what else? Gonna need all of these. Just shove them somewhere simple for now, and then we'll tidy this. With click. Not notice that. With clock. With clock. get it on. Sorry. Worker domain with jitter. Worker domain with worker ID, worker ID. Worker domain with ID generator, ID generator. Worker domain with that. Okay. And then, as we did with the new service in the domain, we can service option. So now this is all configurable. So where were we here? So this was temporary. Just because it stops the IDE from being so annoying, telling me to import stuff constantly. So how did I do all of my harness here? So I wanted to do new runner, open database, new runner. This is probably going to be a lot of the same structure, but we're not just testing the store now. So this gives me the store. You want to do more. Because we're going to need to have a worker domain new service store. We're probably going to want it where we can pass in different runner configurations depending on the actual test we're running. So we might actually want to create an entire structure for the runner. Even though normally that feels a bit, much in an integration test. But it will mean that we're going to be able to use different functional options depending on the test itself. So, and then if we do that, we can do it like this. And for now, let's only care about the clock. My mind just went blank as I was writing. Okay. Okay. So then we'll be able to create a new runner. And be able to have very specific options for it, depending on what the test needs. Default to the real clock. And let's go over this. Opt. Config. So we're configuring our runner. We're going to open the database. We're going to apply the migration. There's only one for now. Is there just one? Yeah, I believe I only made one. Yes. So work a new service. We can pass in the service options. Would be my service. When the test dies, let's make sure we shut down the service. Let's give us our runner object. Um, we might want to have a reference to the database in case we want to just query it in our test. We are able to have that information. We might as well. Why? Oh, because I didn't ever tell you to return anything. So we're going to want to have our service opts. And let's create that. Hooker dot service option. Oh, getting tired. Thank you for the follow, DTT4H. Um, config.clock. Okay. Okay. So this will be the structure going forward for creating a new runner for all of our tests. So we're not going to do new store here anymore. We're going to do new runner, I think. Get rid of you. Runner. We're creating a service inside of it. Okay, runner is run. Let me put some methods on this. Just to make it easier. When testing. And then we'll have start. Okay. Right, so I think this should be all wireable up. You want run service, correct? So I forgot about this. Forgot about this. Should it be run.enqueue? Run service enqueue? Or alternatively, do we want to have a shared public entry point for enqueue in the actual facade? Because if we want the latter, it would look a bit like, yeah, what we have down here for register. And that will allow us to make it generic based like we want it there. Let's put these next to each other so I can easily compare. How do I want to do this? It's going to need the service that it enqueues it into, just like we have here for register. So it's going to be something like that at the very least. At the very least. So worker service. Var context or context. No, hold on. It wouldn't be like this, because... No, it wouldn't be like that, because I don't think I need to be able to access it like that. Regardless, this doesn't have as many... This also needs the The args. Why doesn't that match? Didn't that match now? Context, service. What have I got here? Context, service. Is that not args? Doesn't that return? No. That's the enqueue spec. Yeah, this doesn't make sense to be exposed. This does not make sense to be exposed to the user in order to run a job, because ID gets generated. This is the store's concern, because the ID should be generated. The kind comes from kind, and the store is part of the service. So I also shouldn't have to tell it about that. So the whole point is to be able to make it typed like this. And then we'd be able to say user ID, and then this could be our arbitrary argument for our job. Let's say user one. Still surprised that it's unhappy though. Oh, it's okay. I know why it's unhappy, because I've not told it to return anything. Okay. So we're going to need to return the handle. Have I already aliased the handle? No, I have not. There'll be handle equals worker domain handle. So we a reference to handle and the error. So you're now happy in the test. So it's all about now. Well, first things first. I want to look for different music. Oblivion, but it's lo-fi beats. Very nostalgic. Maybe that should be the name of the stream. Golang and nostalgia. So fundamentally, what it is we're doing is worker. Fundamentally, what we're doing is we're just going to call the enqueue with their request. But I need to create the request. I need to create the request for them. They just give the args. I then need to create the request. So let's say we have the request already. So I need to create the request. What does this return? This returns the job ID and an error. So up here we're going to have to create request. Create request. Then we would have the job ID, and we can just return the error. We don't need to wrap the error because it's already going to probably be nicely, nice with a sentinel there. So let's just make sure by wrapping it anyway. So the request would have a kind. Let's just so var rec what is it you wanted? Let's just put that there for now, just so then I can have my and we'll come back to making the request in a moment once we've thought about it a bit more. And then we want to return the handler. So worker domain new handle job ID and we need a job state waiter. Hold on, job state waiter just implements wait for terminal, and service implements that too, doesn't it? So I can just pass in the service, the worker service. That should be compliant. Sorry, error. Perfect. So we just need to create the request, because right now we're just giving it a bogus request. That's it. That's the final part. That's the final part. Jason dot Marshall args. Let's wrap it up and hyperraise it. Payload error if error nil. First of all, I want to check which JSON package you. So let's use WDK JSON. Am I dumb? I thought I had my own package. WDK JSON, I see it. Oh yeah, of course you have to put the whole yeah, of course. I'm getting tired. Return nil error. Come on, let's do it properly. Encoding args for kind blah 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 blah. Args.kind error. Request worker domain enq spec. It's probably in DTO actually. enq spec. Kind args.kind. Payload. Isn't there more information I can provide to this? So I don't like this. I don't like what I've just done. The spec is the internal construct. I don't have all this information here. So I'm overusing, I think I'm overusing this struct. So let's create a new one called enq request. Because I only want to pass in kind and payload. And if I do request, if I use the struct which has too many fields for what I'm trying to do, then inevitably I get confused when I pass it somewhere where I shouldn't have passed it, and then I'm confused why a value is an empty value. So you should only use the thing that has the scope for what you're trying to do, I think. So let's do enq request. So this then has to become enq request instead of enq spec. Aye. Right. And then we have loads of errors down here because we're probably passing in I'm blind. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's just not matching the yeah, I need to change the port. That's what it's upset about. The port is right. First of all, just before we do that, let me just make sure I'm happy here because this is what's currently on my mind. And we might want to put more things into the request too. But we will want the ability to probably add uh, for functional options here. Did I create any sort of functional instruction? View option. Right. So I don't have to worry about that right now. Okay. Just to make my life easier, because what I want to prove first is if this works. So we're gonna make that change to NQ. We're gonna make that change. But I just want to see if we can get the test to work first rather than uh, do all the required wiring up. Where was it I changed it? So this is probably just where I had to change it to NQ. Let me just, I just want to see if the test passes before we do. And then we'll split up the request from the spec. Okay then. Moment of truth. Well, it doesn't work. Well, at least we have something to fix. Oh. So, what do I get? That's the ultimate question. I get a fully empty state. So something obviously isn't right. I so I noticed that on the stream the tooltip doesn't appear. Oh, I can just do it down here actually, and then it does appear. So we're getting a fully empty state. A fully empty job state. We're so close. We have all the plumbing in place, and now we just need to fix the bug. So is probably well. What was the error message? Hold on. Invalid job ID. Invalid job ID. So who... So what we should check is that the ID generation is working and that the ID being generated is successfully being wrapped inside of this handler. Camera losing focus of me. Time to debug. Time to debug. Do I ever actually generate an ID? I might have just wired up the generator to be where the generator needs to be without ever actually using it. Well... Okay, let's see. So I'm getting a empty job ID back from when I enqueue. Stop and rerun. Go in. Empty job back. I think I've never wired it in. So this is my suspicion that everything is working other than the fact we never actually generate the job ID. Meaning that, ironically, the empty job ID is actually the correct job ID. I assume I never use the ID generator then. No, I do use it. No, that's just... Well, I don't really use it though. Because that was just meant to be a fallback. Okay. Um... Gonna have to find in the right place to plug this in. So it must be in here. It must be in here. ID is spec ID. So obviously this is a good example of why I need to make the split between spec and... What do I have here? Do I have the generator? I don't have the generator. I need to make the split between spec and request. Because okay. So that makes it pass. Which means we technically have. Do we provably have a full flow now? Yes. So we hit the work. We hit work. We hit work. Which means it's full flow. So I'm going to have to tidy it up because we can't be passing around. We can't be mixing the request object with the spec. Because that caused the error we just had. And then for testing purposes, we can prove how much this... That's just because I was in a debugger. We can prove how long we were actually... how many times we cooled this. Just to make sure we're not double cooling things. And then we should be able to do worker node dot count 1, right? Now we have to wait 5 seconds because I made the polling time 5 seconds. But it works. So just to make my life easier, let's just do time.milliseconds. Nice, nice, nice. So it still takes a second, and I'm guessing that's mostly database queries. Whatever. Okay. So we have the full flow working A to Z of our worker system. So this is the construct that the developer who's using the framework writes. This is their arguments that are typed. This is their worker node, which is typed with the work method, which is what's triggered by the working system. And then this would be automatically registered with code generation into the framework. So this is all that gets written by the developer. And then here we're proving that we're triggering that work on demand for them. So the code generation side will come later. First thing we're going to have to do is just continue to implement all of the ilities that we need. One thing we're not doing is we're not handling retries and failures yet. I'm also going to make a note here for me to think about afterwards. Is this actually the right to set the ID of the job? And I have a suspicion that it's not service. Probably the service will take the request, and then we would create the spec here. Do we create the spec here? Because, yeah, I think what's going to happen is we pass in the request and we create, possibly we create the spec for the first time here. The only thing is if the user would ever want, or the developer would ever want to hard override the ID, or maybe some sort of like special internal job that they want to always be able to reference from a stable ID reference. Meaning, I mean, we can just do this for now. If rec ID equals blah. So at the very least, because we're still using the enqueue spec, that would allow you to still override the ID with whatever you want. And then it's only if it's not been set, right? Everything still passes, right? Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So, well, that's a big milestone. That's a big milestone. Big enough that I'm going to make a commit. And big enough for me to sit back for a moment and have a think what it is I'm doing next. I'm thinking I know we're going to have to handle retries because we're not handling retries, and I'm going to need a test which fails somehow. So I'm going to need a new test for retries and for failures, and implement the retry logic, because I think we only have the scaffolding around retrying, but we haven't actually implemented retrying. I know we're also going to have to start adding actual tests really into this, because our test coverage is a bit pathetic right now. I'm quite happy with the interfaces. It feels kind of clean to me. Obviously, this registration here would be behind the code generated stuff. And then this so there is something I'm probably going to change in the future, because when this becomes really a user-facing thing, a developer-facing thing, you'd probably want it to be like that. Possibly. But let's leave it like that for now. Because right now I'm not overly concerned about what the final developer experience is going to be until I've built it out a bit more. Because changing the interfaces in the facade is going to be one of the easiest things to do at the end. That's one of the reasons why I tend to build a facade system, because it allows me to separate the concerns of the developer from the concerns of the framework. Okay. Retry, then succeed. Succeed. So we're going to have a job which tries. We'll have a job which fails on the first attempt. First attempt. Ooh. And then it's going to succeed on the second attempt. If W first attempt, what am I doing? No, sorry, it's not. Sorry, I have to rename it. Blakey Walker. So, if on the first attempt, then let's redo this. If second attempt, if second attempt is false, then second attempt, let's say true, whatever. I don't like this language. Hold on. Let's just do it like this. If first attempt is false, return error dot new. Wah! I have failed you. Otherwise, succeed. Then we'll do it like this. So, Blakey worker, first attempt, true. We don't care about the args. It's going to be the same here. This is mostly going to be the same. Let's add that count thing again. Count int. Count. Actually, we don't just do it like this, can't we? And then we would have run it twice. So we're going to enqueue this job. So I think it would still work fundamentally the same. Because by the time we hit the weights, it would have run this twice. Okay. Time for a tiny break. First things first, what does this even do right now? So it hits failed because it fails on the first attempt, but that's because we don't retry. I suppose one of the issues is that the user may want to say that the work failed in a way which is unrecoverable. So it may be that they need to pass down a sentinel in their error, which says if it's of the type retriable or if it's fatal. While I have a little rest of the brain, see what other music I can find. Maybe something more energetic to keep myself alive. Keep myself alive, keep myself awake. Alive is a bit dramatic. Windows XP Nostalgia Core 2000s computer room. What's this? Watching 220p or lower for the true 2000s experience. So, what I'm missing is the ability to root. I think right now we handle all errors as just being fatal. We probably need a way of, and I don't know if I configured this, being able to set the amount of retries a job could potentially have. Okay. So this is probably where we'd want to handle it. It's nice to know this computer's restarting. Yeah, because what we're doing here is all errors are failures. And a failure is a terminal state, right? Yeah. Failed is a terminal state. So the issue is that whenever there's any error, it's terminal. So we need a way of scheduling the retry. So presumably that, puts it back on the end of the queue of work to be done. We need a way of knowing how many retries it has had and is allowed to have. And we need to better route it here. So we don't just say it's failed. Okay. And like I said, I think one of the things I'm going to need is the ability for a developer to be able to pass down a sentinel in their error, which signifies that this is fully a terminal error. I might not worry about that right now, though. Because obviously sometimes someone may want to just cancel it, throw an error, but they don't want it to be retried. But let's not worry about that right now. We primarily have to just get this working. So if is fate, oh, I do have. Oh, we do already have these sentinels. We already have these sentinels. Perfect. I was gonna make this function myself right now. I didn't realize I'd already made it. Okay. I must have already had this idea when I was writing this a few days ago. So if it's fatal, then we will warn job failed fatally. Job failed fatally. Not much more to say, really. Work error. Okay. Return. Um, and then let's add it like this. Okay. So if it's fatal, because the developer has said so, we just proceed to kill it without caring of anything else. Then we do keep track, if I recall correctly, actually inside of the job spec, the job record, the attempt number, max attempts. So if we have exhausted our attempts, or we're on the max attempt? Yes, because this would have been the max attempt and you just failed it. Job exhausted attempts. Let's indicate the attempt. So, not the biggest fan of the music, so I'm going to change it in a second. It sounds kind of Pokemon. No, it's not Pokemon. It sounds something Japanese to me. I don't know why. It's not Pokemon. It's either way. I don't think I like it. It sounds very happy, which is nice. Okay, now we got the whistling. Okay, hold on. The whistling makes it sound so stock. I don't know how to explain it. Like it's like an advert almost. Late night work, nostalgic office wave. Apparently, I'm going down a rabbit hole on YouTube. Now, this is a vibe. So, where was I? Yeah, this is a bit nice. Um, so hold on. I need to actually put mark failed in here. So this is a lot of duplicated code. I don't like that too much. So this will have to be tidied up for sure. Do we have a helper function already for mark retry? Is that implemented? Must be, right? Did I implement? No, I didn't implement. Bugger. I've not been strict with enforcing the interfaces. Don't I have like a store.go? Where have I been implementing everything so far? Dispatcher. Oh yeah, sorry, the store is up here. The store's up here. Okay, did I mark retry? So this would be like jobs retried. And then we're going to want the logic there for handling the retry. If you retry a job, would it be a warning or internal? Let's make it a warning. Job retry. Mark retry. What do you want? Context, job ID, attempt. You need to know the attempt. You need to know the time you're going to retry it. And the error. So we have the error already. Attempt and the time to run it. Attempt. Okay, we need that. Fail to mark job retry. Fail to reschedule job. So we're going to need to calculate. So attempt, I have that. Rodo attempt, I have that. Probably need to do something like this. Now we need to figure out when it would run. P.clock dot now add. Now I need to know at what offset it should run. And that will be based on the back off time. We have implemented that logic, haven't we? And that is based on the attempt. So this by default should be exponential, which makes me think that in order to really test this, I should really make it fail twice. Because then I'd also be able to test the exponential back off. Now, does it run? Will it blend? Fails. Why would you fail? Is it because I've not configured the max attempts, and so I need to run a debugging? So it's not fatal. Max attempts is 0. So we need to default the max attempts to... I thought I had already done that, and I thought I defaulted it to 3. Or am I thinking of a different number? Or am I just simply not persisting this data when recording it? When storing it? I need to be using exhaust struct with the linter more on what I'm building right now. Just for a second, does it work? Just so I, does it work if we just ignore that? Yes. Okay, so I just need to populate max attempts. I just need to populate max attempts. So where am I not handling you properly? Okay, we're gonna have to... Let's put it here for now. Oh, hold on a sec. So the issue is it's not being persisted into the database properly. Ooh, I have to stop soon. I'm getting too tired. Let's see if we can get this to work. So I'm not... Okay, this music. Okay. Okay. Something to give myself more energy to concentrate. Um, does it all pass through neatly if I set it at the root? Okay. Okay, well, we have retry working. So it runs the job twice. So today we've gotten the full flow working in terms of we can now actually run a job and we have retry working. We're going to need more tests around that, like exhausting the retry and, someone using the fatal sentinel. I will have to do some tidying up of the code after this. Properly comment everything. Really, this should be like this. A little bit of a stretch. Maybe we should try that test. So this would be something like, I don't know, fatal worker. Fatal worker. And then, was it a sentinel? Hold on. Was it a sentinel? Okay. So yeah, you could pass it in like this. Or alternatively, have I put this through the facade yet. Sorry. Or alternatively, we just encourage them to use the helper function. Which might be nicer. So then here you would say something like, I don't know, wow, I die. Errors. Fatal does not retry. Then we're testing Fatal Worker. This would only run once, and it would not ever complete successfully. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Nice, 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 nice. Nice, 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 nice. Another test we could do while we're here, and maybe this will be the one we end up with. Let's create a new one. Let's call this blocking worker. And let's just prove the timeouts work. I'm having a hard time finding the right music I want to listen to. So let's just create a job which will definitely time out. That should block forever. Um, So what do you... Does this pass? Perfect. So that times out and fails. No, sorry, I forgot to change the worker, so that's not the test. That's not the test. This is the test. Or does that hang forever? It's 30 seconds. We're hanging forever. So because we're hanging forever, I'm not handling my context calculation cancellation somewhere. Because okay. So somewhere we're not handling our context cancellation properly, and we're blowing past it. It might actually be that we're handling it where we need to handle it, but what we're not doing is we're handling the error. That might be what we're not handling properly. And when we see the error, that should just mean that the thing has failed. So we might be handling uh, in respect to not blocking the thing forever, but we're not handling it in respect to... Yeah, and the reason why it took a while to run is because it's going to go through all the max attempts, isn't it? Is that right? No, that's not right. They're still running. Oh yeah, because it's blocked here. Yeah, of course. I'm curious. If I do this, do I come back to this at any point? Let's just wait. Let's just wait. I want to see if it actually brings me back here again, or if it actually just cancels out the test. Oh, where are we? Where am I? I'm here, aren't I? Confused. Yeah, I'm here. Which means hit me with that again? Sorry, I accidentally pressed run with deep. Okay, let's do that again. Let's see how this turns out. So I'm here. That isn't a fatal error, so I skip down. Because I'm going to go in here, but the context has already met its deadline, so that's why we don't trigger it again. So where do I go? I go to mark retry. I think I'm going to need to check out the context on. Because you should say you have an error. So if the context has an error, we don't mark it for a retry. Or do we? Let's just make our lives easy for a second, and I think this isn't what I want to do. I should check that as a deadline, but let's just make my life easy for a second. Just so the behavior is what I want it to be. Okay. Nope, still unhappy. Don't we come in here? And mark it as failed, though? We do. Oh, hold on. Is the error just my test? Am I being stupid? I think it's gonna be 4 hours momentarily, so I think this might be a good place to have a stop. I hope it was a nice stream. Uh, Thank you to everyone who participated in talking, if anyone's still around. We made quite a lot of progress in this stream. For example, we now have the functional full flow of the worker system, which I think is great. We have the retry system working. And we just have to mess around with this deadline thing. These types of deadline issues always, with the context, always tire me out with Golang sometimes. And it's not a fault of Golang. It's just, it's very easy to not handle something in the place you should handle it. Okay. I think I'll stop here. Thank you to everyone for joining, and I hope you'll have a lovely day. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Bye bye.